Okay, so just getting started, and the plan today is going to be, well, doing some Zomboid. Probably some rat race. We'll see how it goes. Um, yeah. We'll probably play some other games this week as well. It just depends. Okay. Zomboid's loading. I did do a preload earlier today, just to test if they'll let the save kind of update, and then and then I closed it right away because I don't want to do any off streams on board rat racing. Let's- Yeah, hopefully everybody's day's good. My day's been pretty good. Got most of the stuff finished for the week. Air. I don't like air. No air. No boy, no air. Not allowed. Yeah, there's some new features in build 41.11 that I'm interested in and that are fairly good. Quite a lot of it's mundane, but I mean that's gonna happen. You're not gonna have a out of the park update every time, right? This one's more just bug fixes, and then there's some balance changes as well as some more stuff that they've updated, which is neat. Um, yeah, so we'll see. Hi, by the way. Hope you're having a good day. Time to play. Okay, first things first though, let's go and check on the rabbits. Something feels different. Maybe I'm just crazy. It doesn't feel the same. Is it the same? No, it's not. It's different. It feels different. You doing okay, bunnies? Bunnies are okay. How's my weight doing? Good. I can get 4 more XP. If I can be at 250, then that would be preferred. It's hard to know which bunnies I've pet and which ones that I haven't, but... There we go. How many bunnies are here? There's 66 bunnies in this location. So this is a new one, by the way. This the rabbit leather. Well, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Right now I'm gearing up to well, to see what's going on with the in-game day. I was just checking on our rabbits. We have roughly 65 rabbits remaining, which is enough. Thank you for the big emote. You seem excited. That's good. I'm happy. Yeah, my plan today is to grind a little bit in terms of XP. I don't exactly know what I'm going to grind yet, but we'll get some XP. That's the goal. Any XP towards the ending in terms of totals is good. It doesn't necessarily need to be combat. Combat, it's kind of the easiest, but also the most dangerous of the XPs to level. Because combat requires direct interaction with the zombies. Your kill can happen that way. You can die. The rest of the activities are, while more mundane, they do take quite a lot of effort, right? Some of them much more than others, and some of them are quite boring, which in that turn makes them difficult. Anybody who's ever leveled mechanics on a multiplayer server, my heart goes out to you. I want to see this. This is, I think that this is going to be small leather, if I had to guess. So it's going to be the same as the raccoons. I do hope that we can stitch together leathers at some point in the future for patchwork leathers. So like being able to stitch together maybe a handful of the small leathers to make a medium a leather, or the a small amount of or like some of the medium leathers to make a large leather. Because currently having to butcher specifically a cow and or a deer every time for your means, it's a bit of a tall ask in some cases. Let's see about the rabbit leather. So we can process it here into furred. Okay. Okay, and then it just makes it into crude. Which is the same as what I was using before. Oh, too close. This is something in cooking that I've noticed recently is that you'll have a leftover of one, and it's actually not registering it as one in the pan. It's registering it 0 in the pan, which is awkward. So ginseng can go with the lemongrass. Is this a drying rack or is it a leather thing? No, it's a loom. Okay. It tells you your campfire amount of time there on the listing as well on the top. So apparently there's 3 hours and 41 minutes left in this campfire, and I can destroy fuel right here. That's convenient. It's making the barbecue noise. I mean, that's not a bad thing in my opinion, because I mean, this thing essentially is a barbecue. How do I light you? There we go. Sorry, after every patch, it's one of those things where it's like, what's changed? Don't know. Anything could have changed. Even after reading the patch notes, it's like, because the patch notes don't include everything. They just don't. There's some things that are forgotten to be added to the patch notes. At least that's how I think about it anyways. I think that it's things that are forgotten, probably. Because that happens sometimes. Things get slipped through the cracks. Alright, so what in terms of skill levels do I want? I was training long blade last I looked. I could continue short blade as well. I think I'll wait on that. Having a put out fire thing there is nice as well. It's clear I was making some kind of hammer there as well. Probably because I was gonna make a sledgehammer, and then I just ended up running to grab one instead. Seems like me. I wanted to see, can I get rid of that with the sledge? This is something that I was doing last time, I think. Okay, I just picked up every item that can destroy in the game. So I picked up a stone maul, a sledgehammer. I swear the pickaxe used to be able to get rid of these. Nope. So, yeah, I think that I must be mistaken. Okay, we'll put these on the floor there for a second. You guys had to debug those away. There was a mod that used to exist called Remove Debris that existed that let you take those away. However, majority of the debris in the game has now been made into something that can that gives items. So I would assume that that's the same for those things, is that they should give items too. They should give like wood splinters or wood and some just like scrap wood, something like that. But I used the remove debris mod when I played Z-Bay. Because I always thought it was silly that you couldn't get rid of certain things. You know, it's part of my base, yet, for example, if I walk over and I build over it, it stays. And it will stay no matter what I build. No matter what I put down. No matter, it doesn't matter. I could put down a wood floor, I could put down carpeting, I could put objects over it. Doesn't matter, it'll stay. There's certain things though you can get rid of. Like for example, some of the tree trunks exist, like the stumps. You can remove those with a pickaxe now. So I don't see any of them here. This is an exception, this one. But you know those other stumps that exist? They're like, I don't see any here offhand, but they're like, I can't describe them as anything other than stumps. But you can remove those with a pickaxe. I think you might be able to remove them with other things as well. And some of the rocks you can't remove. Yeah, some of them. Like, you're talking, like, not these ones, but, where are they? They're the bigger ones. I know there's a few of them over here somewhere. This one? Yeah, like this one. That one. I can't remove this. It refuses to let me. But eventually, I'm sure that that will be a thing that we can remove. Yeah, and they annoy you because you're trying to make it a custom area that you yourself own, and well, you can't. Why? Because that. It's just like screws. At least currently, screws can't be created. You can't make screws. You only find screws. You can get a box of screws in foraging, but you can't make them. Yet they're used in lots of recipes, a fair amount of recipes, right? A good example would be the metal baseball bat, right? That includes nuts and bolts and screws. Yeah, you can't make them. They're not involved here. See? This is the best version of the forge that exists. And if I type in nut or in screw, you get the corkscrew, but you don't get a regular screw. I can make nails, but there is a catch to making nails. The catch is that you need iron pieces, you need iron chunks, or you need wire. Okay, well, so then I need wire, let's say. How do I get wire? Well, you can't make wire. The only way you can get wire is through, well, scrapping it via, where is it? Right here. By pulling apart fishing traps. It should be here somewhere, right? I'm pretty sure there's a recipe that exists somewhere. I don't remember how, but it's the fishing net trap. You can pull it apart right here. From broken fishing nets, you can pull it apart. However, it requires a recipe or auto learn. That said, though, so you need to get to the point where you auto learn that. I'm not at that stage yet, but eventually. So you pull it apart for wire. Once you get this, you're able to get these quite reliably from fishing, or at least you used to be able to. They're part of the junk pool. So that would be how you get nails, is through that. That is a method. But that said, though, it's still not particularly great because, like I said, you need to auto-learn the recipe, Or you need to luck out and get I think it's the Angler. Oh, it's one of the magazines that teaches you the recipe to do it. I think making the fish trap should be should be part of the magazine, but I don't think taking it apart would be. How hard is it to pull wire apart from something that's already broken? Like it's not it's not rocket science to pull wire off something that's already ruined, right? Maybe just make it so that the magazine gives you more, but I don't know. Once again, those kinds of things are strange. One of the cool things that we see is neat now is the new mannequin thing as well. Can you craft mannequins? I think you can, right? It's in the building. Maybe you can't. I know you can at least grab them. Is there mannequins at that storage unit? I need to go sleep soon, but not yet. These the wire that I currently have, I've pulled from I found a bundle of barbed wire in a shed, which is kind of lucky. Okay, so I'm just thinking about what I want to be doing next. Because I do have some choices available to me. Level 6 carpentry. I kind of want to finish carpentry. Carving's basically there as well. Carpentry's going to take a little while. I could probably finish napping, masonry, metalworking. Tailoring's going to take an eternity. But they fixed consolidate all, didn't they? That's one of the things I read in the patch notes, and I really would love to see it. So, let's have a look. Where are you? What's the storage? Yeah. There's a lot of good places you can get wire. The racetrack around Valley Station's not bad. You can take apart the fences, I think, right? In Doe Valley. There's one that's over by Phallus that goes like right along, I think. I might be misremembering though. Which kind of fences are take apartable. Stir up the zombies and they break them for you. Ah, maybe. It's one of those things where I don't really trust the zombies. Though that was an old school method for getting early pipes a long time ago, was stir up the zombies, let them break the fences down, and you got yourself a handful of metal pipes that you could use to level your maintenance and your skills up. You play at max pop, and so do most of the veterans. Most of the veterans play at max pop. There we go. Some don't though because they prefer less population and they do respawn. And so it's more of a continuous force as opposed to a as a bulk clear kind of thing, which I can appreciate that. And then some people play sprinters, where sprinters are pretty like it's difficult to do max pop sprinters. There's a handful of folks that are can kind of do it and succeed, but it is probably one of the hardest ways to play the game. I also think max pop crawlers would be a difficult way to play the game, but you don't see anybody doing that. Probably for good reason. Just yeah, crawlers are jank. You play max... No, that's not something that anyone does. Plays max pop and respawns down to a week? No. You wouldn't make any progress, not unless you're doing burns consistently. Let's see... Sometimes it doesn't work. Strange. I wonder why that is. Kind of rude telling someone that they don't do it when you say that you do. I'm not saying that you don't. It's just that not something I've heard about. You wouldn't make any progress because the way that respawns work is based on cell, which means like here I'll say the example like this. So let's say that they added names to everything. Neat. So let's say in Moldra there is, let's say, 4 cells along this road, right? Well, in 7 days, unless you're patrolling the entire road, you've been playing since first release. That's great. I'm going to still say this stuff because it's for other folks' benefit, not necessarily for yours. If you do it, then you already know, so you don't need to know this stuff. But just to show that it is one of those things that's like virtually impossible to play on those settings because the amount of respawn is ludicrous. So if you play on those settings, kudos. Like you're playing something that is brutality levels of difficulty. But anyways, let's say this is 4 cells. It's not, but let's say it is. The average cell count per zombie, especially since they've added in the new heat map, you're looking at anywhere between 5,000 to 10,000 per cell, right? On the main strip of Moldra. Because the average population density of Moldra is around 80, let's say 80,000. Obviously, it's changed because the heat map's different, and I haven't done a check on the heat map in forever. But the old pop of Moldra was 80k. Right? So let's say that in a week's time, you were to allow 10% is the base level of respawn, right? So 10% of 80,000 is 8,000 zombies. You would have to be incurring 8,000 zombie kills a day in within your time period in order to keep up with the respawn. So it would end up being eventually they would just outpace it. It would be it's very difficult. Even if you're killing at like Twist or Shivas levels of killing, which is a lot. Like they kill like 1,000 zombies per day. That's still like, assume a week, that's 7,000, right? That's still less than the amount that's going to respawn. Do you see why that would be virtually impossible unless you're doing a burn? If you did burns and explosions, then that's different. Which, I mean, if you like playing that way, kudos. Again, like I said, I'm not saying that nobody, like, I've never heard of anyone playing like that. But that's what I'm saying, is that it is essentially endless. And assuming, let's say you don't live in town, you live out of town, and you pull zombies out of town, the zombie cells that are in town would respawn more zombies. So it just ends up being endless, almost. It's like, so there is another person that I know that has played with Respawn on, right? And he did it in Riverside, sucking on chili dogs. He played with Time 16 Respawn on. He made it to about the commercial district before the zombies behind him started to spawn in. Yeah, no, I was using your weak example already. But, so Chili didn't. Chili used the standard 3 days, which is why the zombies closed up on him the way they did. You would have a little bit more leeway because of your week timer. So, it's a little bit more leeway, but it's not enough. Even on Claire's settings before, which Claire was using time 16 a year respawn, right? Would still be quite brutal. Like, I mean, so, but yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that absolutely nobody plays with those. I'm just like, it's not something that you hear of very often. It's just like the crawlers thing I just said. Like, not very many people play it. Like, it's very, very seldom. And if you do, kudos. Yeah, you deserve a pat on the back. Yeah, this, like, so, like I said with Chili's example, they closed up on him. There was very little he could do once they started closing in. He would have had to run out of town and start over. But even on a week setting, it's tough. Even on year, it's one of those things where that's why a large amount of the veterans just shut respawn off if they're gonna play max pop and go for full clears. Nobody's ever cleared the map entirely. Not even on an apocalypse, Dave, has anyone cleared the map entirely. At least nobody has done it with recorded evidence of doing it. So, and yeah. I've not been around since Zomboid's first day, but I have owned the game for a long time, and I've been around the community for quite some time. So, I know quite a lot about the game. Zomboid is a great game. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to intentionally be rude. That's not the point. Okay, let's see if this consolidate all works, because it's been broken for ages. Yes! It's back! I'm so happy. Consolidate all works again! It's been broken for ages. Of course, it stops at the first thread, but I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. You can now spool thread properly. Ah. Hi, by the way, Emma. Yeah, if you stick around long enough, there's a lot of things that I do passively that I don't even remember are mechanics that I learned at one point in time. Yeah, having 8,000 spools of thread on the ground is super annoying. Now, I just have 3. But I could have had a lot more, right? But yeah. Okay. But yeah, sometimes when I talk about stuff, it's not necessarily for the person that I'm like speaking to directly. Sometimes I'm talking about stuff because exactly that is that there are people in the chat that are trying to learn about stuff and they don't know, they don't know. You know? It's it's stuff that I don't intentionally try to tutorialize everything, but it's good habit to stay in, I think, is to sort of semi-tutorialize things. Oh, no worries. I don't blame you at all. You're good. And we're on good terms. It's cool to hear that you do play on settings like that. And, if you do stream or something, it would be interesting. Let's see. Why is my mouse laggy? Interesting. My mouse gets laggy on this exact point because of all the items on the ground, huh? Yeah, there are too many items in this one location. I need to separate them. So, there is even though you can put a bunch of items on the ground in a location, sometimes you really shouldn't because it will cause your game to lag, especially if you start getting into the higher numbers of items. Okay, let's sort these items a little bit. You do die a lot? That's fine. The death is part of Zomboid. It's one of those things that is semi-inevitable. Fun fact about the thing that I was just talking about with the ground encumbrance is the ground tiles actually do have an encumbrance value of 50, and if you go over that, it can sometimes cause problems. So let's put some of these things away. If not more. Oh, at this point, if I were to count all the items on the ground, I mean, you can see all the little knickknacks that I've got all over the place. And this is minimal. Think about it. Like I've got been around in the game for 2 years. I have 5 outposts, and if I were to consolidate all of the items from all of the locations, it would be a huge mess. Although I would delete half of the items that are in there if I could, because they're just, some of them are just useless and I'll never use them. And sometimes that's the answer, is that you should just delete some items, just because it'll make things better overall. It's hard to know exactly what you're going to need and when you're going to need it, though, sometimes. Like, for example, do I really need these, like, couple of skirts and stuff? Kind of. Why do I need them? Because, well, I'm going to repair them and use them for tailoring XP. Yeah, you can always find a setting that makes it harder. You can find a setting that makes it just right for you. Whether you want to play like a really super difficult challenge, or you maybe just want to play a relaxing challenge. Maybe you work a 9 to 5 and you just want to unwind at the end of the day by killing a handful of zombies and looting a few buildings. Like, you don't necessarily need to play on absolute brutality mode settings if you don't want to. And one of the best things, in my opinion, about the PZ community is no one's going to tell you your settings are wrong. Because that's never the case. Your settings are what you enjoy. Play whatever you want. Yeah, if you're having fun, even if you're going for something like that some would consider silly, like death percent. Death percent is one of those things that's kind of considered more meme-ish, right? But if you're having fun, go for it. PZ just recently got added to speedrun.com and build 41.78. So if anybody hasn't heard about that, I mean, you could go for gold. There's some rules behind it, and some of the categories, in my personal opinion, are kind of weird. Like, for example, there's two speedrun categories that you could finish instantly. Like, I'm talking 0-0 kind of timer. The way that you do it is max skills for strength or fitness. You can actually run a 10 fitness character. There are ways to do that in the base, like in Vanilla Apocalypse. You just start with 10, and there you go. You won that speedrun category in 0.0 seconds because your character spawns in with max stat. So, in my mind, it's one of those things is where it's strange. I haven't actually fully looked at all the rules, though. Maybe they have rules that kind of curtail a little bit of that. Maybe you're not supposed to take in that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, there's categories that are like that. Bleach percent, it's like you spawn in, you go walk over to the sink. If it has bleach, then you throw that run away. You didn't know about that? Yeah, it's brand new. It's recent. They just added PZ to the speedrun.com, which is it's neat. I don't see myself going back to Build 41 to play any of the speedrun categories. Plus, like I said, some of the categories are kind of, like Emma just said, meme-ish. And as a result, they hold little interest to me. I'm just not interested. Plus, my style of gameplay isn't really speed running. Like, my style of gameplay is marathon, which is the opposite of a speed run. Because a speed run is meant to be done quickly, right? That's the whole point, is that it's done fast. While a marathon gameplay is longevity. It's an endurance challenge a lot of the time. And, I like that. It's one of my favorite styles of ways to play. There we go. My weight's coming up nicely. Right now I'm just doing other things in quotation marks to pass the time while my weight comes up. Then we'll go bonk some zombies. You prefer to do your thing without rules? Yeah, I can understand that. I like some rules, because I like there to be some balance. Like I like there to be some. Does that make sense? It's like yeah, like sort of like doing a challenge run in games. I do like I like the style of like having something that's like a goal, right? It gives me objectives. I like that. It's fun. Yeah, you'd be accidentally breaking one. That's why, like for example, for Rat Race, if somebody were to break one of the rules, without knowing it, they just get they just get told, "Hey, that's against the rules." They don't get their run just like completely disqualified right away. That's how it's been like because there's been a couple of people that were using like attack like exploits that they didn't realize were exploits because it's hard to really define what is an exploit um, without being one of the devs, right? Because an exploit is an an unintentional game mechanic or a cheat mechanic that allows the player to do something that is unintended, right? Kind of like cheating, right? And so cheats. However, sometimes cheats are included in games as a means of fun. A good example of that would be the old school, like PlayStation or those, like Grand Theft Auto style games where you used to punch in like a small series of key prompts and then you get like little cheat things, right? Those are fun, but yeah, it's not quite the same thing, but I mean similar. Okay, let's eat half of a meal. Actually, let's eat the whole meal and then have ourselves a sleep here in a moment. But yeah, it's one of those things where it all depends on the player and then what kind of game you're trying to play. Whether you're doing like this or you're trying to play like I don't know, maybe you're doing like a time 16 sprinter challenge on like I don't know, skyscraper, right? Where you got to try and get down to the bottom floor. Everybody has some way that they enjoy. Or, maybe they just want to do builder mode and like no zombies and just make a cool farm with animals and play essentially what is a sim like version of this, like sort of like Sims farming. Maybe throw on an NPC mod of some kind so that you have like somebody you can interact with and like trade with. The skyscraper thing sounds fun. Yeah, the skyscraper challenge is interesting. I've never tried it myself, but I've watched it a few times. It's kind of cool. The whole point is to get out the front door and like to run away. It should be called Die Scraper. That's a good clever idea. Cars against boundary walls. There's a couple other ones. There's an attack speed bug that used to exist where if you spammed your keys in a certain way that you could basically unlock maximum attack speed. There's the double fence tech where you could have a fence beside another fence and the zombies can't hit you, so you just kind of can keep slamming them into into the ground and they keep dying. There's lots of different ways to kind of exploit the game and the one you're talking about, which is it sounds like you're talking about the car window tech, where if you put a car next to a window, the zombies will crawl and then they'll get stuck. Um, there's a few other ones. There's some that I don't know how to trigger as well, but I know about them because folks have told me that they exist. I'm just gonna speed time along. Did I lock the door? That's my weight. 81, not bad. Hmm. Do that at carving level 1, or I could do... I'd rather be using the improvised whetstone, not the file. I'm actually going to take the file away, because I don't want it to be used. Oh, walls and the zombies crawl under and attack walls. Now, there's some people that think that the crate fence crate is cheap too, and the old school method of using the composters as barricades. And while I wouldn't use those methods myself because I'm not interested in that kind of gameplay, I wouldn't frown at anyone using it. You know, it's one of those things where if you like doing that kind of stuff, you go for it. The only time I would ever have any kind of like thoughts against it would be if they were trying to submit a, but that's different, right? If you try to submit a score to like a challenge mode, that's different than, you know, because then you're actually actively trying to participate in something that's competitive as opposed to just playing by yourself. If you're playing by yourself, like, I mean, there's no rules, go do whatever you want kind of deal, right? You can, there, the sky's the limit kind of deal. Do I want to do bone needles? How many bone needles do I have? I don't know how many I have. I'll make 74, though, just to kind of be on the safe side. But yeah, that's different. It's just like the whole speedrun.com thing. If you're going to submit something to that, you got to follow their rules, right? You remember the crate one? Yeah, the crate one's common. Same for the composters one. I didn't really like the look of it either. That's just surrounding my base and composters. I mean, in theory, if you filled them all up, they'd look better, right? Like if you filled them all full of rotten food and they all had the little dirt piles in them, then that would look kind of cool. But, it's a lot of work. I mean, you kind of could get that much food from a town, though. So I mean, but it's not like you're gonna use that much. I mean, we're almost maxed out on carving. I might as well finish it. We wake up by 3-ish. Again. No? What? Sleeping in? Oh wait, we don't have wakeful. Do we? No, no wakeful. Okay, never mind. We sleep in long time. That lack of wakeful is like worth like a lot of extra hours. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but no. It's mostly because I haven't been playing consistently. I've been kind of playing off and on kind of deal. That's the thing. If you take breaks from the game, well, clearly you're not going to be used to everything, right? We'll get into some combat here soon. I'm just going to go grab a couple of rabbits, and then we'll be good. My plan is we should be able to max carving very shortly. Carpentry is going to take a little while to max. I have the nails for it, so maxing that aspect of it's not going to be tough. It's about sawing the logs and stuff, and that's going to cause muscle strain. It's going to cause tiredness. We're going to be struggling on that front for a bit. Not to mention that there should still be some zombies in the area, so they probably are going to come bother me while I'm chopping down trees. They're not... The area is not 100% clear. We're only like less than 20k in, and I haven't been making that much noise. Like, I've been making a little bit of noise with the watch bag down the street, but not enough to pull the whole town. So eventually the plan will be, though, to start a generator and start a car. If I start a car, I will be pulling everything in the, like, on this side of the map. Because of the whole times, what is it, times 3, times 10 vehicle engine loudness or whatever. Can't remember, but I just know it's a lot. No bunnies. Have the animal care for... I'm only going to do 20 XP worth of petting today. If I manage to somehow pet every single rabbit here, I could average roughly about 70 XP per time. But that requires me to know and separate every single bunny and be able to successfully pet every single bunny. And just know, there's 70 rabbits here. I'm not doing that. It's too many rabbits. And some of the folks in the rat race right now have like, I've seen somebody who has over 1,000 raccoons. There's like 2,200 raccoons. You want to know what's even more crazy than that? That to max tailoring, so to max the tailoring skill, that's not enough. It's not enough raccoons. If you want to max tailoring, it averages to be between 5,000 and 6,000 raccoons. At least on these settings and with slow learner. Now, if you didn't take slow learner, well, I mean, you'd be fine. We got an average cut. Nice. That's not counting the XP that you get from the heads, because you can actually, for the rabbit heads, you can make necklaces. Did they add anything for raccoon heads yet? Doesn't seem like it, because you can see the craft recipes used in crafting here for the rabbit skulls, but the raccoon skulls don't have that. So it would imply that there's no recipes at all with that. Meanwhile, the bunnies can be used in making animal skull necklaces. These give you tailoring XP. Not very much, but I mean, if you're already eating the rabbits, I mean, it's extra XP towards your stuff, and all it costs is twine. I'm just gonna leave these things here. Come back for them later. See, the thing is, though, is if I want to keep my rabbit count under 100. I don't want more than 100 rabbits. So if the rabbits multiply to the point where there's like 200 of them, I will cull half that herd. Because I don't want it to be too high. Because it gets a lot worse once it's at that stage. They just don't stop. They don't stop. They will keep going. There will just be a never-ending amount of rabbits. And I'm only one player. Like, I don't need that many rabbits. I don't even need... Like, 60 is perfect. I don't need more than that. 60 will get you through 2 months, which is most of winter. So there's a destroy fuel option there. I kind of, and I'm like, it'd be cool if there was a light campfire option up here too, because they show me the amount of time now. But if I have the means to light the campfire, if there was an option up there too to do that, so that I don't have to use the right click option, then all of the data would be in one spot. You don't have to, you know what I mean? You don't have to look around. Because it already is telling me how much time is left on my campfire, which is awesome. It's allowing me to put out the fire and destroy the fire here now, which is good. But if they were to... They would have to probably... I don't know. There's not a whole lot of space left, is there? For a button that would be light fire. It's running out of room. Plus, I wonder what these look like if you were to upscale the font. Like if, if somebody who can't really read this font, it's not fair, right? It's not inclusive. If somebody upscaled the font, what happens then? And then this is not the spot where everybody keeps their stuff too. Like there's some folks that put their stuff on the bottom of the screen like this. There's some folks that put it like, put it on the side of the screen like that. I don't know. Everybody has their own way of doing it, right? I like it at the top of the screen. There we go. I gotta get used to that. That's it. Delete one of these now. That should scale off at 100. This one can go in the bag. Oh, there's a new feature with the amphoras as well that I swear I seen before, but here, it's this. So I don't need all these buckets anymore. I can just where is it? I need to rotate the amphora. It'll let me. No, I don't think I can do it because this is an amphora that was made before. Or chili. I don't think that I can do it because that's an old amphora. I think I think it's locked in. Yeah. You having a good day, Chili? I got. I'm gonna put this away, and then we're gonna get going here tomorrow in game. Can't complain, but you will. I mean, that's the nature of things. It's good to complain. I feel like that's a good thing. It's the sign of vibrance. Let's see, what have I got? I've got a simple short sword there. Hmm. Give me short. But, well, chili, I mean, look, they added in the labels for the towns and, like, the forests. Very important. And the river. Look, this is now says Ohio River. I didn't know that before, that this was the Ohio River, but now I do. uh, sorry, I'm taking the piss. I knew that before. Why doesn't this lake have a name though? It's the McCoy Estates Lake. Don't forget about Frog Jump Road. Frog Jump Road. Trying to remember. That would be in. Where are you, Frog Jump? Yeah, for some reason, I feel like it's here. West of Rosewood. Your map's isometric. West Rosewood. No. Are you sure it's Rosewood? It's up to the left some distance. That's Doe Valley, isn't it? AY60. Oh, you're talking like way up here, are you? Emma, we're like leaving Rosewood area. This isn't Rosewood anymore. I do remember you showing it to me. I don't remember where it is, though. It's near the bend, so that's like over here somewhere. If you hit the 144, you've gone too far. Okay, so then it... Oh, it's in... This is Ekron. Or not Ekron. This is, I consider this part of, Echo Creek. Yeah, this is Echo Creek, Frog Gump Road. Right there. It's beside Hog Wallow. You would know that. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just happy there's a road named after a frog. That's good. Yeah, that's not Rosewood, that's Echo. See? Echo. What was I doing again? Do you remember? I don't remember. I was making something. I just make swords. Why can't I make blades? Oh, because I ran out of charcoal. Like, that doesn't make sense. I have way more than enough metal. This is coke coal. That's kind of expensive. Do I want to use the coke coal, though? How's it going? No, it's going pretty good. I'm getting ready to chop down some more trees to sate my ever needing tree need for doing the what's it called? Blacksmithing. Impressive crafting layout. I mean, kind of. It's open crafting. I love open crafting. It feels just nice when you have open crafting. Although I could make it nicer by having it in like a custom sort of area that would be like more suitable. Like, I could actually like build walls around it and stuff like that. I don't know. Something about having open. It just feels nice to me. I like it. But I did start making a front bit there to level my carpentry a little bit. And I did harden some spears, so we'll do some spear combat today, probably, as well as we'll probably do a little bit of short blade, or sorry, it says short sword. It says short blade. It's long blade. They're long blade short swords, I promise. Have I tried out fishing? So I know that fishing is in a similar place as it was in build 42.10. All they've done is up the amount of size of fish, from what I understand, as well as up the hunger values, which to me means nothing. The size of fish means something, but the hunger values did not mean anything to me. I feel like hunger is a mechanic that is it's a fluff mechanic in my brain. It doesn't exist in terms of like it's just strange. Of course, that's my opinion. It's not maybe not everyone's going to agree with me on that one, which I'm okay with. Like, if you disagree, you disagree. But it I don't see hunger as the real game, because I see it as a secondary way to die of hunger. So you can die of hunger and you can die of starvation by running your calories into the ground. So if your calories drop below 35, like, or your weight drops below 35, you start to die that way as well. That's called emaciation, right? Um, this is your want to eat. It's weird to me that it kills you. It seems like just at this point an survival afterthought that's left over, and that kind of forces your character to intake food around you that is not, you know, at a faster interval. And a lot of the foods in the game, they don't really do anything. They're just minus hunger. If you look at things like, for example, a very good example of it would be the candies. There's like a million different candies, but they don't really give you anything. They're like -5, -2, add a little happiness. And while I do like them in terms of their immersiveness, I like that aspect of it. I quickly realizing that there's a lot of like, well, there's a lot of useless items in PZ. A very good example would be like the wood scraps. Chopping down a tree gives you wood splinters, sticks, like lots of little like extra items, right? Which is great in the early game, but when it comes to the mid game and then later on, how often do you see people picking up those wood scraps and those other things, right? Yeah, see, I agree with what Emma's saying, is that if there would be like more to it, but it just feels like there's not. It's like a leftover from a time past, kind of is what it feels like at the moment. It feels like the in the internal systems of the game that it doesn't really fit. Not the same way thirst does, right? Thirst kind of makes sense. Like you got to drink water, et cetera, et cetera. And it's been getting gradually worse over time if anyone's really been paying attention to it. If you compare the amount of water consumption now to Build 41, it's ludicrous in comparison. Your character might as well have started with high thirst. And if you start with high thirst for that +1, it is not worth it. Not at all. That said, though, once again, I can understand if people disagree with me and feel like the game is in sort of a more, I don't know, uh, not sure. Just I feel like that they shouldn't have adjusted the hunger values as much as they should have maybe made the calories worth a little bit more. But that's coming from the mentality that the global debuff to fishing still applies, because fishing was having this weird thing happen where if you fish too much in one area, that all of the fish on the map would disappear. So if that's been fixed, and it's not, maybe fishing is better than I think it is at the moment. So yeah, but yeah, it's not the Hunger Game has never been a very big one to pay attention to. The real game is calories. Because you start losing those, and it's easy to not pay attention to it, and it's something that creeps up on you, and you wouldn't even notice it. All you would note, like, think about it in terms of a player that's brand new. Are they gonna know that this weight value dropping down to 35 is of significance to them? Aside from seeing that maybe they suddenly get an underweight trait, they're not gonna know that it's going to kill them. They're gonna have no idea. They won't often live long enough to reach that point, but if they do, it does become a problem. And then how do you gain weight? Well, just eat more. Okay, but I have been eating everything in my base. My character's full to bursting, and yet I still am not gaining weight. Right? So that's that's the problem. Right? If you don't have the calorie system explained to you, and you didn't take the nutritionist trait, as a larger amount of folks in the beginning are not going to, because it's their first character, they're not going to realize that they need that trait. It's just going to end up, you know, causing them strife. Hopefully, I'm coming across like in a good way. Like I mean, I feel like that it's stepping in the right direction, and a lot of the 42.11 I like. I like the bug fixes. I like although they're more mundane things, I do like that stuff. There's certain aspects of it that are like their optimization stuff that they've been working on. I like hearing that. The new racks, although the herb rack needs a little bit of an adjustment, it needs to be able to take more herbs, because on the display for it has several. That said, I like that. You know, they'll fix that stuff. That stuff's great, but it's tough. And if you don't like, yeah. Yeah, coming at it from a new player perspective is difficult. And then a lot of people, I feel like the devs do play the game a little bit, but like the thing is that it's their job. Something they're passionate about and that they're working on. I can see them not playing the game nearly as much as somebody who is like one of the player like veteran folk. It's they're just not going to put in that level of time because they're working on it and they're trying to make it better. But also, I feel like I don't know. We want some things, but we don't always know what we want 100%. It's tough being a player. I don't know. Because I get that side of it as well. The side of it that's like that they're trying to give us sort of a balance, and they're trying to even things out a little bit. But I don't know, it's tough. Yeah, if I could go back and relearn the game from scratch, absolutely no knowledge that I currently have, there would be a lot of things that I think I would struggle on. And I would be frustrated about. Calories and weight being one of them. I could see that being one that I very much would be frustrated about. Because it'd be like, I'm eating all this food, yet I'm not gaining any weight. Why is that? Which is the opposite problem that me and Emma had when we played multiplayer back in build 40. I don't build 41 or build 40. It might have been build 38 actually. I don't really remember. We had cars. I'm trying to remember when we played, but it was just before they added in the new caloric system, like how calories were burned with walking and running. It might have been 39, but Emma and I played a multiplayer server back then that was just us two, and we were eating radish salads and not able to lose weight, like just radish salads. Radishes being the only, yeah, eating just radishes for weeks, not, and we couldn't gain weight. And all, like, we were exercising, but we were also like running around. Like I ran around the field, still couldn't lose weight. So that's the opposite of what currently it's like you're burning weight all the time. Yeah, if we had that now, we actually were gaining weight. That was the problem, is it was so bad that we were gaining weight. But that was old school. To revert that would be, I don't know if it would make things better or make things worse. I don't want the calorie system to be completely like gone. I like the calorie system. I just want it to be more open to more things, and that the interactions with the cooking system to mean more, because currently they don't. Currently, the cooking system is kind of mediocre. It's deep, but it's not got enough going for it, right? There's no reason to interact with it at all. I can go get butter right now and milk and just live on dairy products for the remainder of the game and never ever once cook anything. So it's just like, it's, you see, it's not quite got that same style as it. So like, I've been playing Vintage Story, especially on Thursdays because we have the role play server. Um, And Vintage Story rewards players for doing balanced diets by giving them a little bit more, more buffs. It doesn't fully hamper them when they don't, but they have slightly less HP overall when they don't balance their diet. Yeah, exactly, because of the variety. Things that don't make sense flavor wise that you could just throw all in a big old soup, but the character loves it. Yeah, so like their cooking system is, and the fact that it is kind of like, if I were to walk over here and try to right click one on the cooking, and then, let's say that I have a well stocked food cabinet, it is not a good system. Like if you were to try and cook something in that, it is awful to look at in terms of that. And even if you're looking in this menu, it's just it's a big mess, right? Like it's not a it doesn't feel, because all of the things in the world will show up in this menu, and it'll be huge. It'll be like a gargantuan list of nonsense, and then you got to somehow pick between like the one item that you want. It's just, recipe cards or being able to do your own custom recipe cards, like being able to set that up and be like, this is the recipe I want, and then it tries to find those items and then utilizes the recipe. That would be cool. I know that that's going to be hard to code. I understand, but the system is there already, kind of, right? It exists, and the search functions are getting better. They've been making them slightly better each time. Although the search functions are not in a place yet where they're great, they've added in this thing which lets you search for, and it's still a work in progress, but it's getting better. That's the unstable build in a nutshell. Is that you see it is improving. They're trying their best. And they need the feedback to be in a constructive way, but it's hard because the players are getting frustrated, right? So then it comes across like the players are whiny and upset when that's not the intent, right? The intent isn't to be whiny upset, it's to try and convey things in a proper format that is good for everyone, but it's hard. Peanut butter roast with egg and salsa. Uh, I'm sure somebody out there would like that. Probably. It sounds almost like a curry. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's with time things will get better, and you got to remember that they want to add in NPCs as well, and to add in NPCs will be able to have them do some of the bulk of the stuff you don't want to do, which will be nice, but yeah, I don't know. It's a weird space to be in right now. Yeah, so I got a little bit irritated about that, but I was not complaining about the hunger values on the fish, although a little bit, but not that wasn't my point. And I made it clear that that wasn't my point, and that I said that the devs are going to see this and they're going to focus in on the hunger. They're not going to do the calories. I kind of called that. I knew that that's what was going to happen, and that the calories would be the thing that matters. But and who's to say? Maybe if fish is consistent and you're catching like on average, let's say 5 fish that all are on, but let's talk about the early levels of fishing. So like let's say level 4 fishing. I watched Rat yesterday catch several fish and they were in the realm of 100 to 200, but let's ballpark it up and say 200 a piece, right? So 200 a piece. Let's say you catch 5 fish, right? So that's 1,000 calories. Okay. How on average the player character needs about a couple thousand calories per in-game day in order to maintain. That's just maintenance. That's not inclusive of if you're going to bulk up your weight. So you need to get a lot more, right? So yeah, it's one of those things where now your fishing is not going to be as good. You know what you're gonna make for dinner today? That sounds good. Hopefully it's decent. You and I are gonna do paperwork stuff later. No, later this week. This week is when we're gonna do it. We're gonna force the thing, and I'm keen. We'll get that done. Yeah, oven baked salmon with the lime sauce. You just be careful and make sure to chew your food, because fish bones are scary. Yeah, me too. I'm always very careful when I've got fish because I've had it happen where I've had bones in my fish before, even though it said it's been deboned. It's like, yep, it's been deboned for sure, 100%. We checked, okay, and then I take a bite and there's a bone in it. It's gross, but what can you do? The fish itself tastes great though, so it's like, yeah. Assembly. Ta-da! And there's some more short swords. Alright, let's go kill some zombies for a little bit. Oh, that reminds me, we need to snag a mannequin if we can. Because they've recently edited mannequins, and now it's similar to Minecraft and a lot of other games like that. You can actually just quickly swap your clothes with the mannequin, which is awesome. And I'm going to be utilizing that a little bit more. Let's do red hat. There we go. Okay. It made you look? Yeah, so that's why I don't play Zomboid and watch Zomboid. I can't do it. I've tried. It just is not something I can do. When I'm watching somebody else play Zomboid, I play other things. It stresses me out too much. I freak out a little bit internally. Even if the zombies are different sounding, it doesn't matter. I can't do it. So kudos to anyone who's able to. If you're able to play Zomboid and want Zomboid, you're better than me in that regard for sure. That's an intense. Like, it's too much. Too much processing. Yeah, no, I know. You you were expressing to me that it didn't have nearly as much loot as you thought it was going to, which surprised me to be honest. Usually the March Ridge Apartments is really good for guns. Usually you get a decent amount of guns and ammo when you activate the Yano. So to hear that it's been kind of nerfed in a way, it's unfortunate. I haven't done the March Ridge Apartment clear in since I did it on Higgins in the Apocalypse save. And I didn't even loot the whole thing. I went in to the first floor and was like, I've got enough guns, I don't need more, so I just left. But by the time we'd cleared March Ridge, I'd already cleared Irvington, West Point, Muldra. You know, I'd cleared a large amount of areas already that had given me enough ammo to basically not need. That sounds like a lot, though. Your expectations were too high? Maybe. That could be the case. It also could be me hyping it up a bit, because it is one of the better annos that you can get. Most of the under-annotated maps in the game are kind of meh. It is one of the best ones. Although arguably some people may say that the West Point Pipe Bomb one is one of the best ones too, just because of how interesting that one is. For those that don't know, there is an annotated map that throws a pipe bomb at you in the game. In West Point. Yeah, it varies from save to save, Emma. Also because there's actually in Zomboid there's sometimes items that are more rare based on your save kind of. It's interesting. I've seen it happen a few times. One of the most notable ones is my PB run. I never seen a car battery charger, not one time. And I'd looted places like the Crossroads Mall parking lot, which had a lot of cars. I looted the American Tire store. I looted several um, mechanic auto shops. Never once seen a car battery charger in that whole run. But yeah, sometimes it's crowbars. Sometimes it just varies. Sometimes you'll just notice that one item is just missing. Is what it feels like. There's like no like something. Sometimes it feels like sledgehammer. Sometimes it feels like shotguns. Sometimes but then you'll also notice that one item is in absolutely like way too much, like it's way plentiful. Um I had a particular CDDA run that I seen 11 katanas. At one point there was 3 katanas on screen. Within the span of a 6-hour period, I seen 11 katanas. That's the most I've ever seen at one time. It was all in the same stream. So clearly that CDDA seed had just a stupid amount of katanas. I think what's weirder about yours is that your chisel is something that you can find on zombies. How many? Too many. You've had one. I'm waiting for my muscle strain to go down. That one missed swing costs a lot, by the way, in terms of muscle strain. It sucks. It's expensive. Blah. I can go a little bit further and it should let me rest for longer. Which one of you was it? You. Give me that. Give me this. I don't see any mannequins in that storage unit. It's okay, there's a clothing store further down, I think. Is this like Animal Crossing? I mean, it can be. It's got no NPCs in that way, but I mean, you could make it into Animal Crossing if you wanted to. It's more like The Sims meets a zombie apocalypse. I kind of like RuneScape, The Sims, and a zombie apocalypse is what I would compare it as. Because there's like grindy skills that you can do, like sort of like RuneScape, right? But then there's also sort of, it's got a Sims-like aesthetic, and then it's difficult because, well, zombie apocalypse. So I guess it's kind of like Animal Crossing. A little bit more brutal than Animal Crossing. Kind of. I could see you turning this game into Animal Crossing, though. I really wanted it to. Totally possible. And by the way, Okay. This over here. There we go. Hmm? Crawler. I wonder if that'll ever get fixed. Probably. But maybe not. I don't know. It's one thing that's been in the game for I don't know how long. Ever since I played, though. Crawler. The second a crawler appears, expect frame loss. For at least just a little bit. It's because the game is changing that zombie over and it is becoming a crawler. And that takes all the CPU power in the world. All of it. Nations rise, nations fall. It's too many. I already know that, but that's okay. Could be another group on the watch bag. Not quite yet. Any coming this way? Nope. We're gonna head back a little bit early. Why? Because I need to, well, deal with my tiredness. Also, I can quickly grab some of the loose end items that are on the road on their way back. This will give us some more things to take apart, more stuff to do back at the other area. The reason why we tire so much quicker is because of the combination of pain and temperature. That's why we're tired so fast. As time goes on, though, the pain becomes a lot less because the more it's linked to muscle strain, so which is manageable once you get past a certain point with the weapon skill. But because we suck with short blades or long blades right now, we're level 2. We're not gonna see that for a while until we're like further along. The benefit though is that once you start getting to higher levels of weapon skill, it not only do you do like less pain, like it's overall, it's because you're in pain less, you do more damage overall. So, and that's how XP is calc for it's the more damage you do. Which is why fence combat is so strong for leveling. It's also too risky though. I don't like fence combat for that reason. It comes with a lot of risk. Some of the most janky interactions are with fence combat. That said though, I mean, kudos to people who are able to do that confidently. It is not something that I'm very good at. I'm okay. It's just I'm not. I don't like doing it too much. Outside of instances where I have to, like sprinters would be an example of where it's like almost if you're not using fences, you're not playing optimally, because it ends up being really, really difficult. It's not impossible. It's just it's rough. Fenceless sprinters is rough. right now. Alright, let's go take this stuff off. Hey, are you having a good day? How was Abiotic? I seen you were playing that earlier. I'm having a good day. Making some progress, doing some rat racing. Enjoying parts of 42.11. There are some good parts to it for sure. Some of the best parts of 42.11 would be like the optimizations. I think that the new drying racks are neat. I hope that they adjust the plant drying rack to accept more plants, because they're... But that said, it's good. Do my little intro thing and then we'll continue. Um, yeah, it's treating me good. You got work? You're hoping they get the multiplayer working sometime soon. I don't want to burst your bubble for this, but I don't expect it for like till next year. Just so you know, as much as I'd love it, I'd love to be wrong. I really would be love to be wrong. But I'm expecting next year. There's still a lot of stuff they're ironing out, flow wise, and we'll see. They've been rolling out bug fixes though each time, so they're getting there. You don't have expectations? That's good. I'm glad. That's smart. It's smart to not have expectations with this game. That said, though, like, I mean, it's nice when they release stuff. But yeah, it's good to... Because PZ is known for not releasing info and just kind of dropping stuff, right? Yeah, as soon as a multiplayer drops, though, I'm keen. There's like... I know at least 4 friends that want to do multiplayer servers that are all of different styles. There's one of my friends that wants to do a roleplay server. There's one of the group of rat race folks that wants to do a rat race multiplayer thing where we all get together, kind of divvy up the map and be like, okay, let's clear the whole thing. Um, there's there's a couple other styles to play as well. One of my friends wants to do just a standard apocalypse save, like as a group, which would be fun. Would be fun. Yeah, they're waiting for it. At least they have the build 42, like you can do coop, so like you can do Steam co-op. Although it's not perfect, I mean, it's something. You can at least kind of like be around a friend. But yeah, if you need to get some self-care also, make sure to take care of yourself. I know how it is to stream for, time and then need to sort of sate your moodles. Is this a classic base location? Yeah, Smokies. It's the classic. Right across from McCoy Logging, which is another classic one. We've got a couple of base locations that are not too bad. I haven't taken any of the major outposts yet for the Rat Race Challenge, which, for those that are curious about it, if you haven't heard of the Rat Race, there you go. There's some info on it. But the, let's see. A little bit more light in here so I can look at my map. Um, we've got this location. We also own a house in Dixie, as well as the Spiffos in the Crossroads, and the cabin over in Jefferson. Where does it say? Jefferson Forest, as well as I also own McCoy Estates, which is over here. Yeah, and then this is as much of my map as I've explored so far, which you'll notice that I went to Echo Creek. The reason why I went to Echo Creek was I was looking for, because at the time you couldn't make burlap sacks. So I was over here and I was like, you know what? We could go all the way to Echo and see if there's a burlap sack. We even did a little poll on it, like one of those channel redeem points things, like a betting thing to see if there, would there be a sack there? It's a garden store. You'd expect there's a lot of spawn possibilities in that store for a burlap sack. I then also said that if I managed to find one in any of the farming houses along the way, that it would still count. So we proceeded to go across the map all the way to the Echo Street Garden Store, and as you can see here, there was a few thousand zombies in front of it. I lured them away, went in the store, and there was no sack, not a single sack in any of the inventories at all. And then we trekked all the way back, disheartened, and I'm like, you know what? Fine, we're just gonna fight Dixie and carry on, because Dixie wasn't clear at that point. There were still several thousand zombies down here, so I was like, okay, well, we'll go and fight Dixie. And wouldn't you know it, just in a vehicle that was over here, burlap sack in a vehicle right beside one of the outposts that I have way at the beginning that I didn't bother checking because I wasn't ready to go down there yet. It's like, of course, though, right? It's like, uh, but yeah, Rat Race is something that a lot of people have seen gradually throughout the last few months. It's a challenge that was originally it was Mr. Lamprey kind of started the challenge. Ultimately there was several streamers that were involved in the consensus of how this, like, the settings and the different, like, style of the rat race, but Lamprey was the driving force behind it until, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your perspective, he's moved on with his real life, so like his real life has taken precedence. So he bowed out of the challenge entirely, went to do his real life stuff, and well, it left the community to pick up the challenge. So we've carried it on, and we're doing the best we can. Um, so far, nobody's completed the challenge. Although one person, there's two people that are in the close to 400 to 500,000 kill range. So they're almost done one out of three objectives, which is crazy to think about, right? They're already halfway through. I think that, and I'm sure that they could complete the first objective. It's just the other two objectives, I don't know if they would be interested in. I know that Twist wouldn't be, and that Shivas would do the objectives. I think, maybe, not sure. I think Shivas would probably do it. But those two are the two people that came the closest. There's been a lot of people that have jumped into the rat race and made it pretty far, but then it's a very lengthy challenge. It's meant to be a multi-month challenge in reality. Meant to take several in-game years to complete. So it's one of those challenges where I could see a lot of people putting it down for a while and then picking it back up and then trying again, to carry on. It's yeah, anyone who tries this, definitely kudos. It doesn't matter how far you get. You could get like the first little bit in and just die immediately and it's fine. Like, I mean, I there's no limit to the amount of times you can try either. It's like, I mean, if you want to retry and like it's up to anyone. There's some people who have put hundreds of attempts in, and then there's others that are on their first attempt still. A good example of the folks that have put it down, at least for the recently, is Twist hasn't. I haven't seen Twist on the Rat Race for a little while, and he's in one of the top two positions. Um, if I remember right, Nico's still alive in his, and he was doing pretty good as well. But he put it down because he got hooked on Satisfactory, and then I haven't seen him play stuff for a little while. I'm sure he'll jump back into games at some point in the future, but maybe his life got busy. Same as anyone, right? Like I said, it's a multi-month challenge, and sometimes your life's gonna get busy. Sometimes you're gonna have work. Sometimes you're gonna have school studies. Sometimes, life gets in the way, but that's okay. Yeah. And sometimes you're gonna need a break because if you're doing a multi-month challenge, it's gonna take some, like you might need a break from playing Rat Race, and you might want to go play some other games, because put dedicating multi-months to one thing can sometimes burn you out. So, make sure to take breaks. Breathe a little bit. Zomboid is one of those games where, it can get kind of grating as well. Like, I mean, if you're doing it consistently every single day, it can almost feel like you're grinding yourself down. Just, at least that's my opinion on it. Um, mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're gonna give it a go, definitely give it a go. Yeah, see, if you're gonna do a chill time 16 run, that's fair. Like, sometimes it's fun to do time 16, sometimes it's fun to do times like, just apocalypse or builder or whatever you want. That's the cool part about PZ. Is you can also simultaneously have multiple runs going at the same time. Well, I think one of the rat racers mentioned that they have 4 rat race runs going right now simultaneously. That they wanted to try some different strategies out, so they've got like 4 different runs going. Let alone if you were wanting to do like some other stuff as well. There's some people where their save, um, their Zomboid save file looks crazy. Like, if anyone has seen my Zomboid save file, it's I've got like some runs, whatever is active, right, that I'm doing, and currently this run makes a backup every update, so I just leave the backup there, just in case, you never know, right? So I just leave it there. Um, and then I delete it when the next one rolls around. But I keep my saves somewhat, like, tidied. I don't like having lots and lots of random saves. But to each their preference and how they like to do things, right? I'm gonna go grab a rabbit or two. You do like an off stream and an on stream. I've got that going for Grounded too. I was doing like an off stream run because there was a couple of days there where I wanted to stream, but I didn't have the time. Like I want, like I couple of hours and then I gotta go do something, and I don't like streaming like that. Like, streaming for like a few hours and then having to cut it short. Yeah. It's nice to be able to customize things. The rabbits have been busy. I mean, yeah, kind of. I'm trying to keep it under. Oh, they just had another one just now. I'm trying to keep it under 100. Right now, I'm thinking I can actually pet the rabbits to level 3 animal care. Yeah, I think it's cute. I'm definitely happy with it. And they've got enough food to last them for a long time. Like, there's 15 hay there and 250 grass clippings. And if they ever need more, I will go above and beyond to feed them. And anytime I find an animal feed bag, I bring it over. Although I haven't yet. It's on my list, though, if I see animal feed. See, rabbits are the alternative to cows in the rat race. And rabbits are more reliable. Like, finding a cow in rat race is doable. Like, you can find one. It's just, it's less likely to find a cow unless you go to some of the major cow locations. That said, though, rabbits are fairly reliable. You'd scream and cry in a good way. Well, for my character, they're dinner. And this is a big pile of dinner right here. Rabbit stew. And or rabbit roasts. But he takes good care of his rabbits. They live a good life before they become dinner. And dopamine. Yoink. One more. Yeah, I know. I have to eat them, though. There is an exception, though. I won't eat frogs. Like, not even... No. I'd starve to death first. Frogs are friends, not food. Ooh, we got a prime cut. That's nice. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. We very much appreciate. I think we've met before. You must like PZ? Maybe? Possibly? Maybe? Wait, how did you barricade? What do you mean barricade? Barricade what? I can barricade. I can show you how if you're interested. Um, uh, Here, I'll do a quick, brief thing, and I do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had fun and whatever you were up to. Um, yeah, brief little intro thing, and then... Let's see... Sorry, brain. Uh, So yeah, the like it was just said, build menu is how you do it now. They used to be in the right click menu, but they changed it. They put it into the build menu, which is accessed here. You can actually hotkey the build menu now. I don't exactly know how to do that yet because I haven't bothered, but you can also change the way the build menu is oriented with there's like this little button up here. I like the pictures. I think the pictures is better. Build menu's hotkey is not B. That is the crafting menu. Build menu is not you have to bind it right now. Anyways, yeah, sorry. And anyways, you're looking for barricades, which is right here. You can do them via the metal bars, the metal sheets, or you can do the wood planks. All of them get bonuses based on whatever you use. So, for example, if you do barricades via the planks,
You're amazing.
they get a bonus based on your carpentry level. So, for their HP values. It's been 2 years? Ah, yeah. They this is recent though. They just changed this in 42.10, I think. So or 42.9. I don't remember. It was recent though. Jess, thank you, for the raid again. Do very much appreciate. And hopefully your PZ run's going well. I've seen something about chickens. Gonna have to come see. I'm currently playing Rat Race, which is sort of like a challenge mode. There we go. Rat Race. And there's additional commands there if you're interested. Um, but specifically, there is a Discord that's for the Rat Race, and it's been interesting. Quite a lot of folks playing it. It's definitely tough in its own ways. Right now I'm going to cook up some rabbit and then we'll continue grinding away at our long blades for right now. The fog is disorienting me. Um, Thanks again. Oh, neat. Yeah, they just added in the ability to do the shift and the alt and the controls as like adding those to the, which is kind of cool. I can appreciate that. I haven't put anything on those keys. The only keys that I've changed in the past were my walk to is on T. Um, so when I press T, it's how I do walk to, and when I press Y is how I do my foraging. Because I feel like that's better. It's better for me. I'm gonna pre-cook all of this other stuff here in a moment. Only 2 hours left on that one. This is new. This stuff up here, this is part of 42.10, is they added in, you can destroy fuel directly on the campfires now, as well as it tells you how much time is on there. I really like that. I kind of wish the light fuel option was on here, but when the fire is on, it puts a it puts a put out fire button up here, which is nice. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot more space. So I can see that being difficult to kind of fit it all in there. grab some twigs. There's not enough room. It won't let me do part of it. Drop this and grab that. Yeah, they upped the amount that twigs are worth as firewood, I think. Or at least it feels like they have. Enjoy your sleep, Lurk. And I'm going to continue to grind away at some XP for a little while. And then I'll probably get some rest myself as well. Probably for... I don't know. It depends. Probably standard stream length today. So that will be between 5 and 7 hours. You're glad they're balancing things? Yeah, they're working on it. It takes time. I still think that they need to adjust some things, but, you know, they'll find a balance eventually that works right for them. This is a new animation for the notched plank. That's new. They're still on creation. Yeah, no, that's good. I'd prefer that they work on things like I'm looking forward to greenhouses when those are like greenhouses, and I would love sprinklers to be a thing to water our crops. Because when you think, like, I know that they're not hampering themselves with the 90s, right? They've already said that they're trying to ebb away from that they don't want to be trapped in the 90s, and that this is a different universe, right? It's not the same as our universe. But when you think 90s, you think sprinkler, you think, like, yeah, hose, you know, like those kinds of things. It's like irrigation and those kinds of farming methods are not. They've been doing those for centuries, prior to the 90s. But yeah, having greenhouses would be nice. Get some indoor farming action. I just ate one full pan. I know it's going to take at least one more to gain. I don't want to go anywhere today anyways because of the whole it's foggy and sucks out. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish. We're almost maxed out on carving, so I might as well finish it. And then we'll start working on masonry next, I guess. Maybe napping after that. Start finishing off some of these skills. We're gonna be just shy, aren't we? Maybe not. Nope, we're gonna hit it. Dopamine. We should be, yep, evened out. It's time for bed. Where are we at with terms of skills? I've got 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure that my max from Rat Race before was, I don't remember. What was my PB at? I know it was at 20 something. 5. So we can easily catch the kill count. That's nothing to worry about. So long as I don't miss like I did last time. Which I don't think I should. Mold draw generally will be going on the on the south angle, so it's not nearly as big an issue as Riverside when we're headed on west. Some angles are just better than other angles. Still, this place is cursed. Moldra is one of the cursed towns. This place has claimed more player characters than most places. You can hear Stardew Valley music. Yeah, that's my playlist is kind of just a swath of game music that makes me happy, as well as other songs that make me happy. So, you'll hear Stardew, you'll hear The Sims, you'll hear sometimes music from Nintendo, Pokemon soundtracks, and other just random songs. It can be, yeah. Let's see. This there should be plenty of calories for a little while. I'll bring one more meal with me. Okay. Left. Right. Hand. But yeah, I like to play this, and I like to play a lot of different survival crafters. Survival crafting games are some of my favorite kinds of games to play. But I've played a lot of games over my years, many games. From shooters to MMOs to MOBAs to pretty much everything. Lots and lots. I like the crafting elements of a lot of games. They make my brain happy. Oh, oops. Money. That was the whoops. Well, you know. I can fix this. Oops. How many are left? Oh, that's a katana. Broken. Let's have a seat. Okay. Recoup my arm. And we're good. Alright, let's go and have another rest. Nearly halfway through to the next level. This first couple of levels are real slow. It's because they cause so much muscle strain though. Might as well just fail, because we're now useless. Our damage is reduced too much. We'll go, we'll have ourselves a snack, and then we'll have ourselves a sleep. How much weight did we lose? Oh, we didn't lose any. Nice. We're on the teetering on the edge, though, I bet. Calorically. So, what's next on my to-dos? Oh, it got too dark.
You're amazing!
Very much for the follow. Do appreciate. We'll do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. So, you know, enjoy. Not yet. We'll wait a couple in-game hours, and then we'll sleep. Closer to 11? Yeah, 11 o'clock. Yeah, that drawer opening sound spooked me just now. Come on, panic. Reduce. Yeah, that's fair. It's a really good game. Definitely really worth the effort in it. Really fun. Put away a few things. This can go away. Something more. Actually, you know what? How long these are gonna last for? And the panned meals last for a fair amount longer. So please. Oop, this is one of the reasons why I mentioned it earlier. Cooking can be kind of annoying in that way. If you go by your that's just one bag that happens to have like a fair amount of lemongrass in it. But you can have the same thing happen in a situation where you have like tons of different types of herbs. Perfect. Yeah, I'll cook those up when I come back. That's it though. I think I can. Yeah, we can just use these. I have a lot of broken katanas. I should just use them. As much as I was thinking about smelting with them, it's probably just better to use them. One was very quiet, and I did see him the whole time. I was just waiting for him to make a gurgle noise of some kind. Took him a while. Like that one. The zombies are getting stealthier. Yeah, I'm not even back at the backpack yet. And they're creeping in. Give a quick. Arm hearts banging off. Ooh. Wait, what? No, okay, never mind. I thought I seen something strange in one of the inventories. I was like, wait, what? It's just one of the tie-dye shirts. That's all. I thought it was like firecrackers were in one of the zombies' inventories, and it made me double take. It's like, wait, what? When is that in the zombies' inventory? It's not. It was a tie-dye shirt. We are. Yeah, I don't actually think. Will you be able to retrieve that one sword? I don't remember where it fell. It's like way back at the start, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember where that is. It's fine. We do make back way more metal than we lose most of the time, but maybe I'll be able to find it. It was like back here somewhere, right? The reason why I don't think I'll be able to find it is because on these settings, zombie bodies despawn in 3 days. So I don't think I'll be able to find it. I need to back off. Well, we're getting close to level 3.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Oh. Woke up from a nightmare. They're not too common, but sometimes. Which sucks. Because it throws away part of my day when nightmares happen. I wonder if they fixed forks yet in the forge. They didn't mention it in the patch notes, but Maybe they did? I'll go have a look at some point. For those that don't know, forks, spoons, butter knives, there was a bunch of things that were not working properly in the Forge since they updated. But it did mention something about smaller items in the patch notes, so maybe? I think they were just getting rid of some of the weird interactions with smaller stuff. But maybe that includes forks and spoons. Ooh, duffel. Duffel? Awkward. Haven't cleaned that next street anyway, so that they're gonna be kind of crawling up from over there. It seems there's a zombie on my screen. Oh. Yeah, you're right. There was. It's okay though. It's gone now. Oh. There. It's gone. Oh. My legs are cool. Time to go. I still have never played that game for very long. I should give it a go at some point. I like beat 'em up titles. And I heard the story's pretty good. Recoup a little bit. Okay, there. Or was it just you? No, none of my settings reset. I went in and looked, and no, none of them. It's common on a verify integrity of cache, but it also happens sometimes where files will just overwrite. So it's always good to check them after a patch. That said, though, I did check, and no, I'm good. I dedicate anywhere between, well, it depends on the game mode that I'm playing, but currently I'm dedicating 8 gigs to Zomboid. And that's more than enough for right now. I'd do more, but my computer's starting to age, and I don't want it to die before I move. So not that it's like pressuring it the way that I have been lately, especially with the whole playing games like Grounded 2, Abiotic Factor, and stuff like that. But those games are not like, you know, they're not. I don't know. They're not like Zomboid. Zomboid likes to chomp on your computer. Cheeky. I have enough Spiffo backpacks as much as I'd like another one. But yeah, it can happen sometimes. I've had it reset my stuff before. Just not this time. Nope, time to leave. I am having fun though in this particular section of the area as we're pushing through. Hopefully we can get the next level of long blade. I'm tempted to pull out the short blades as well, but I'm a little bit wary too at the moment. I need to do some testing first later. Because we've seen it just there. There's my angles are not perfect. And that could lead to me getting myself nommed. Actually, I think this is one that goes over here. Is there two? There's forged spoons. Yeah, so they are working now. They weren't working before. At least I think. Or wait, maybe they... That's one. One second. Not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is... Yeah, okay, so they count as smaller steel. Nice. I'll need to... Do I have another fork somewhere? That stuff I would keep for sure. Come on. I know I did throw away a knit full of items. But I don't think I would have thrown that away. How did I run out of... Yeah, I did. Need more charcoal. Let's go get a nap in. Oh, hello. Wait, you're like here at my home. That's awkward. Did you bring a friend? No? Understandably, that would be not good. The angle that zombie came from was weird. Oh dear. residence key. Don't know where it's for, but you know, I'll take it. Why not?
Hey!
Another little bit. Nope, don't trust it. And this is close enough to home to be kind of a concern. I don't want these bodies anywhere near home. Because if they reanimate, that's annoying. And reanimation in build 42 is more common than build 41. Yeah, this is excessive.
Hey!
I'll have to go re-clear that area now. Because I don't want those kicking around my area. Just need to my arm to not be in pain. Now we're tired. How was I refill? Oh, because of the heat. I was like, I refilled both bottles. There's no way. Because we heated ourselves running, and then we were near the corpses, and we built corpse sickness, and that also gave us extra heat. And then we were cold, and then, you know, lots of little things. Okay. Tomorrow we'll go clear that area. Hello. Any new fun mods? I don't really use very many mods, so no. But if you mean, are there new fun mods out? Probably. I mean, Build 42 has been out for quite some time, so I'm guessing that there's mods. Alright, let's go clear that group out that moved in just below us. Awkwardly. I couldn't deal with them yesterday because we hit our exertion limit. Yeah, some really like overpowering mods, some people like challenge mods, some people like, you know... I like to run minimal mods just because I like... If the game updates, I want to know what the vanilla format is kind of like. Sort of. Yeah, clothing mods are good. Cosmetic mods are fun. Cosmetic mods are some of my favorite mods. So like hats and hairstyles. That said though, like, I mean, I do like the display mods, like the, you know, the OSRS and, which is it? The, this one's, messes Twitch stats. I like that. It just makes displaying things a little bit easier. I've played heavily modded runs. I've played pure vanilla as well. It just depends on what you feel. Like, you know, it's like ice cream. Sometimes you feel like having a scoop of vanilla. Sometimes you feel like having that really like crazy flavor, you know, that's got all the fixins. Sometimes you want a sundae. Sometimes you want just a normal, like, you know, like scoop on a cone. But sometimes you want the fancy cone. No. And there won't be. There won't be any news. You'll just, it'll get dropped, essentially. They may hint, maybe they'll hint, but usually no. The Indie Stone generally doesn't really tell us very much. Think about when Build 42 dropped. It dropped suddenly. There were quite a lot of folks that were just starting some playthroughs, and Build 42 was like, by the way, this is here now. It like just kind of they throw stuff out there when it's time, when they feel like it. They really tried to get it out before Christmas though, and they did it. They did succeed. So maybe 2026, maybe I think next year, maybe. But you know, if they dropped it earlier, that would be cool. I'd embrace it. Yeah, but I don't. Deadlines have never been a thing for Indie Stone, so I'm not really worried about that. I just do hope that they fix some of the stuff that is in the current stuff, right? And they're working on it. It's gradual, but they'll get there. I'm gonna pull that neighborhood back this way. Yeah, lots of people will be excited for when Build 42 drops multiplayer. I've mentioned it earlier, but there's like a large amount of my friends that are really hyped for it to drop multiplayer. Just to do like, whether they want to do a role play server, or they want to do like a hardcore challenge server, or, you know, a bunch of different styles have been mentioned by friends. And I'm really looking forward to any of them. And playing on a big bunch of them. It'll be pretty hype. Yeah, and I'm sure that modders will jump on it a little bit if they haven't already and try to implement some stuff. Like they do that very frequently where they'll try to implement things that they think are in the vision of the devs and sometimes in their own vision, right? Whether they like, you know, try to jump ahead. So we'll see. Wish they expanded gunplay more. Have you seen the new gunplay stuff? They actually have expanded on it quite significantly. Before, it used to be just two planes, right? But now it actually targets the actual limb. Like it actually targets the actual, like if you aim at a zombie's head, it's just targeting their head. Like it scans the zombie that you're targeting based on where your cursor is now. And then it'll try to shoot there. And then they've applied new ragdoll physics to everything. So in terms of like if you're going to run into zombies with your car, or if you shoot them, they have ragdoll physics now. So they'll like fall over and like, yeah. So it's definitely it's interesting. If you haven't seen the new ragdoll stuff, you should definitely have a look. Go shoot some zombies, and you'll find it quite amusing. It is it's jovial. It's interesting. I is it something that I feel like the game needed? Like I'm indifferent, but they, they wanted to add it, so because some folks had asked for it. So, that's them listening to the community. So, and you can appreciate that the devs are listening and they are trying their very best. I'm looking forward to when greenhouses get added. Because that'll give something for glass blowing, as well as it'll be a step in the direction of us customizing our own buildings, which will be nice. I would love to be able to customize. So in my own vision of the game, this right here, this animal zone designation, would not be an animal zone designation. It will be a room designation. What you would be able to do is highlight an area, and then it would tell you, oh, you need these criteria in order to make this a bedroom, or, make this into an indoor room, make this into a barn, make this into a greenhouse. You need to, it would quantify an area and then tell you what you need to make it into that. Like whether, oh, it's missing walls. Oh, it needs a door. Oh, it needs this, Oh, it doesn't have enough windows to be a greenhouse. Like, stuff like that. I foresee this livestock zone menu becoming a build menu of sorts that designates rooms. Now, but once again, that's my own vision of the game. It may be in contrast to the devs' vision of the game. They may see it differently, right? And they may see it in a better way. Like maybe there's a way that I haven't seen that would be better, right? To apply to it. Maybe it will be in the build menu. Maybe it will be in the crafting menu. Maybe it'll get a menu of its own. I don't know. I'm just a player, right? I play the game. So I don't know, I'm not going to know 100% what's best, right? But I'm going to have my own opinions and my own critiques and my own thoughts. And I can convey them, and that way folks know where I'm standing. And then best case scenario, the game evolves. And I see it evolving in lots of good ways. It just needs more time to bake in certain sides. No. I agree. Making things easier for people to understand wouldn't be a bad thing. Because sometimes, and like I mentioned earlier, this is specific to the hunger calorie thing. That's not really something that unless you get it explained to you, as a new player, you're not going to have a clue. And it's going to get you killed probably if you, let's say that you manage to survive and keep going, you're not going to know. Let's say you manage to somehow you evade all the zombies, you do very good at the combat, and then eventually you die because your character just starves to death without you realizing it. There's certain aspects of the game that are not intuitive and don't really give you enough information. That said, though, it tries in some ways, like this menu here. This is an okay start, but then again, it's a lot of this is they're trying to get some stuff with this, right? But it says here, right? Cooking. Meat, fish, and many other foods are required to cooking before eating. Okay, so it tells you about how to cook food, okay? Farming. Not a single bit of this information here mentions caloric needs at all. You need to eat food. Okay. So then all you understand is that, okay, I need to eat food, hunger, thirst, and unhappiness. That's it. You don't actually know that there's a hidden system behind all that that's going to cause you to die if you don't pay attention to it. And that's one of my problems with the recent update with build 41.11 build 42.11 with the fishing update. They focused on hunger and not calories. And that's why I say that it's not changed enough. Like it I don't know. It's hard to say because, like, I mean, I could go fishing a bunch and then prove myself wrong if the quantitative amounts of fish equal out to be more than the total calories spent, which on average they seem like it, so long as that bug with the fishing doesn't happen where it stops the spawn of fish all around you. I'm still not sure why that happens, but it wasn't mentioned in notes at all that they've adjusted that in any way. I don't mind the new fishing minigame, and I don't mind them making harder, but the thing is, and I've mentioned this before, I want my time to be balanced. Like, I don't want to put in a bunch of time to not be rewarded with very much, right? I put in-game time of I'm expecting to get something out of it. It's like farming right now, agriculture. What's the point in doing agriculture if you're not really going to be benefiting from it, right? Outside of just leveling the skill. Farming is not worth it right now. You put in several months in game and there's not much to show for it. But like I said, when they implement greenhouses and stuff like that, then finally things will evolve in the positive direction. It's because things are not in their full form right now, and the game is... Yeah. So in the game right now, though, if I were to eat nothing but rabbits, actually I would maintain my weight. That's the thing, is that actually currently in the way that Project Zomboid does its caloric system, you don't even need to just eat that. Milk and butter, you go and get yourself a cow, do milk and butter, you can sustain yourself indefinitely on just dairy products alone. You don't need anything else. Just milk. Milk, and you can convert some of the milk into butter, and that's it. Now, that said, you can also do the same thing with bunnies, but the thing is there are times where you're going to need to ebb yourself off of the rabbit meat because it's so fattening, and you're going to have to go and forage for like berries or mushrooms or something alternative to eat that's low calorie because the bunnies are so fattening. Not only that, currently a baby bunny offers more caloric value than a full Angus beef like cow. Like a full bull. You could butcher an entire bull and that baby bunny outdoes it. This is not a need to nerf the bunnies. This is a need to buff the other meats. Because they're not as calorically dense. And right now fishing kind of is in a weird place. I think it actually is doable still. I think not on rat race settings, but like on Apocalypse, that fishing probably is in a good place. It's not it's a shadow of its former self. They literally took it and divided it by 10 in terms of its caloric values. They took a 0 off the end of it. It's it went from being you get 14,000 calories to now only around, you're averaging anywhere between low level fishing would be like 100 to maybe a couple hundred calories per fish, and then the upper levels is like I think you can still get a fish that's 14,000, but it's like the legendary one fish that you catch, and the rest of them are all like 1,000, which is not terrible. That's okay. That's doable, but you got to remember that the character currently burns about 1,000 to 2,000 calories in a day, right? And you're losing weight at that point. You go into calorie deficit and you start losing weight. Is deer worth killing? They're okay, but once again, like I mentioned before, all of the meats suffer from the same thing. They're calorically set to be reality, and Zomboid isn't reality. Zomboid is a video game that has different needs. The Zomboid character has different needs. They're burning calories all the time. Far more calories are burned in a Zomboid day than in a real day. So if you were to to compare that and then apply real world calories, it doesn't work. So that's the problem that's happening right now with Zomboid. Unless they were to take away some of the caloric costs of moving around, which, like, I think that would help it out a little, is if moving around costs you less. Like, so instead of burning the ridiculous amount of calories that you can burn, like, I mean, and you're not wrong. There are people that can burn 7,000 calories. Sumo wrestlers are a good example of pure muscle and calories being burned all the time. But that said, I'm not comparing that. This is like you're supposed to be in Zomboid the average Joe, right? Or the average Jane, like the person who's able to just kind of like not super duper special one way or another, you know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Burn 1,000 to 3,000 calories. And in a Zomboid day, if you look at the total amount of calories, you burn more. It's excessive, especially if you're in combat. If you're in combat, you burn a ludicrous amount of calories compared to the amount of things that give you calories. Like, look at this soup. This soup gives me 125 calories. How many soups does it take to fill up your character's caloric values? Well, I mean, I would need to eat like 20 soups. Rabbits are on average between 500 and they get up to 1,000 calories per rabbit, kind of. But the thing is you can counter that with quantity a little bit. I have over in the rabbit pen like 70 rabbits. So I can chop up some rabbits and there we go. We're set. Fishing, you kind of can do the same thing, but it takes a little bit more time now because of the way that the system has been changed. Although they've added in a new mechanic with fishing that it makes it a little bit easier, where if you reel, you can actually pull in fish faster, which is good. That's a good thing to have, because sitting around and waiting all day is fishing. That is fishing in essence, is to sit around and wait for the fish to bite. But that said, it's good to have it to speed up. I feel like having adding lard to the animals wouldn't be a bad call. I would love it if you could also make candles out of the lard. Like, be able to do candles that way with twine and be able to then have an early access to, and then also be able to light the candle on a fire so that you can do things like the kiln because the kiln can take a lit candle. It's one of the options, but where am I going to get a lit candle unless I loot it, right? It'd be nice if I could loot, or if I could make a lit candle, right? Right now, the only option here that's not lootable is the improvised battery lighter, which requires, in order to auto learn, you need to be level 5 electrical in order to auto learn that recipe. It's the only one out of these that is not lootable. The rest is all lootable. How you if you're doing, and one of the things that the devs said they wanted to be able to do was they wanted us to be able to ground up in a forest tile with nothing around, no zombies, nothing, to be able to go from the ground up. And currently you can't do that. There's no way to do that. You would need to really luck out with foraging in order to do it, and that shouldn't be the answer, right? Especially when some of these things, they kind of make more sense to be the way that I just described. animal fat could be used to produce candles, which you can then light on a campfire and then use in the kiln, right? That's not a bad idea in terms of flow. And then from there, you will be able to then fire the things that you need in order to progress yourself towards nails. Now, some of the recipes still require nails, but at least it's a step in the right direction, right? It's starting to get easier, and things are starting to get there, step by step. And they'll get there eventually. I'm sure that these sorts of things the devs themselves are thinking about. Either that, or maybe they're thinking about alternative methods. Maybe they make it easier by allowing, not sure. You have never planned to do that, nor plan to? That's fair. But there should be options there for everyone, right? And proper flow in gameplay is good. If you're a loot person, then that's fine. Be a loot person and enjoy. Because all those items that I just mentioned are lootable. Very easy to get looting. Very easy to find on the zombies, right? Yeah, it can be overcomplicated, but it can also be very simple too for some, right? Plus, there's always something to do then for the base parents. Because the base parents are the people that you can always appreciate. Base mom and base dad. The person that sets your lunch up for you so you can go have fun and not worry about the base. Because the base is taken care of. Which is good for multiplayer purposes. That said, that includes if base mom and base dad is an NPC. It doesn't even need to be a player. You could be playing by yourself with an NPC in the future, and that would be pretty fun too, right? Could you imagine having a chef sitting at your base who takes care of the garden and stuff like that? See, now these are this is the sort of thought processes that I'm having in terms of the where would NPCs fit in and not be like encumbering and stealing the light of the player, right? Because what happens with a lot of NPCs is one of two things. The two things that happen with NPCs are, the first part is that they just are farmed, right? They're just farmed for their resources. Think Minecraft villagers. Though they're the same, right? They just get pushed into cubicles and farmed for their items. That's essentially it for them, right? The second option is that they're used as sort of distractions in a way, like they're just thrown away. You throw them away and then they're kind of sent off, right? One of the big arguments I always hear for NPCs is that people want them to be able to lie, but that's not gonna happen. They can't lie to you. Because the second they get a bandage on their arm and try to say, oh, it's nothing, it's just a scratch, they aren't going to be around anymore. They don't have the same staying power nor rapport as a human player would. You're not going to believe them. Who's going to believe them? Nobody. Nobody's so naive. Oh, animals would be cool. Getting like a bear or a wolf or a coyote or any of those kinds of things would be neat. I'd be for that. They've already got foxes as a plan, but currently they're not visible. They're gonna be predators for the hens and the chickens. Like I said, though, I'm for NPCs. I'm just worried that it's going to be a feature that we'll see how it's implemented. Because absolute worst case scenario, it's just a feature that I'll turn off, right? That's in the worst case scenario. Because Zomboid is a sandbox game, and I wouldn't be forced to interact with anything that I'm not really that keen on. Right? But best case scenario, they'll be kind of like State of Decay, kind of is what I'm thinking. The State of Decay NPCs are interesting. And then I would love them to have little quests that they give you. Not like a Preston Garvey, but like, little quests that be like, kind of like State of Decay. It'll be optional. They're very good about making features that they, if folks don't like them, that they can just shut them off. A good example would be Muscle Strain. Muscle Strain has an option where you can just shut it off if you don't like it. That was a lot of folks were saying that when it was first implemented in default Apocalypse, was if you don't like it, just turn it off in the sandbox settings. But that said, the default mode, a lot of people want to play it like that because they feel like that's the intended vision of the game, which is understandable. Kind of is. What, Muscle Strain? Muscle Strain is a formula that's based around strength, weapon skill, and that's like it. It's strength and weapon skill. So the higher your weapon skill, the less muscle strain. It should be noted pre-level 5 strength is it's a deficit. When you hit level 5 strength, it's a 1 times multiplier, so it doesn't do anything after level 5, and then any strength levels after that lowers the amount of muscle strain. So because my character is level 9 strength, I have a reduction on muscle strain with everything, right? It's a decimal number. Now, in saying that, that same sort of thing applies to weapon skill. However, weapon skill is always a decimal number. It just gets bigger the more points you have in it, all the way up to a 0.25, if I remember correctly. But I offhand, I don't remember, but it's something like that. But every single point in weapon skill helps. And then for pushing and for stomping, those are just strength values. And currently, stomping a zombie that's down is very strong. They buffed it to the point where it is able to help you out big time early game, and it might actually be to the point where it could be a deficit to early game learning, because what's going to happen is people are going to find themselves falling back on the stomp a lot more, instead of actually building their weapon skill, because it's just so much easier to stomp. But yeah, so eventually it gets to a point where it's almost ignorable. Like if I were to use the short blades, I wouldn't even really notice it right now because my short blades are they're level 8. So I'll probably tire out before I build up enough muscle strain, unless I'm consistently missing, I guess. Because when you miss an attack, it does count towards your muscle strain. And then the way that muscle strain works to go away is when you build it up, you just wait. It's a timer. That's all. So just don't use whatever it is. So like if you build up muscle strain in your legs because you're stomping, don't stomp anymore. Just stop stomping and muscle strain will go away eventually. There's that's essentially how it works. Same for building up weapons, muscle strain with swinging your weapon. Just stop swinging your weapon. Two-handed weapons are slightly less straining than one-handed weapons, but because they evenly swath it between two your two limbs, and then it's slightly less. So it's like a 0.5 versus a 0.6. Hopefully, I'm not being too technical with this. And if you don't understand, then just, the simplicity of it is just get weapon skill and strength up. The default apocalypse, they also nerfed muscle strain a little, so it wouldn't hurt nearly as much because the community didn't like it all that much in the beginning, which is fair because it was a new mechanic. That said, though, I haven't even like I've scaled muscle strain all the way to its maximum, and it hurts like really early game and mid game, but eventually it does become, even on its maximum difficulty, it starts to scale off after a while. You'll still notice it though if you crank it up to times 10. But I don't recommend doing times 10, by the way. I don't even recommend doing times 5. Times 5 was pretty pain. Times 3 is okay. It's manageable. But yeah, times 10 was awful. Specifically for the early game, because you kill like 2 zombies at a time. Oh yeah, the new armors are amazing if you want to make them. I haven't bothered making them, but now that they've added in the new mannequin functionality, it's awesome. So you know how armor stands work in Minecraft? If not Minecraft, there's a lot of games that do armor stands where you can just switch out your entire loadout onto a mannequin and switch it back, right? That's a new feature they just added. They added it that's to build 42.11. It's awesome. So I don't have a mannequin yet, but eventually I do intend on grabbing a mannequin, throwing armor on it, and then be able to swap. But it makes things like Fear of Blood more sort of appealing. Like, because normally I wouldn't think twice about Fear of Blood because it's one of those skills that I'm not so keen on, right? Because it causes sadness and it. But to be able to quick swap you're into a fresh pair of clothes when you get home is not too bad. I'd be okay with that. Although you could do the same thing with a pair of clothes that is in like a hamper or something. It's just much easier to do it when it's on the mannequin because then you just walk over to the mannequin and swap. Easy peasy. I like that one. Yeah, see, yeah, you get uncomfortable, but the whole point of it is that you would the way that armor is set up is it makes you uncomfortable and it makes you sad if you wear it all the time, but you shouldn't be wearing it all the time. What you need to do is you can put it over like on a mannequin, and then what you do is you adorn your battle gear when you go out to kill zombies, and when you come home you swap into your home gear. And that's how you do it. So that like you have two sets of clothing, your battle gear and your home gear. I don't think it gets washed in the rain, no. But I'm sure that the modder would add that in. That sounds like something a modder would add. Yeah. I said it out loud and you put it there. Same brain. Yeah, I'm happy. Today's been good in terms of progress. We've managed to push our long blade skill up quite a bit. We also capped carving, which is good. I'm gonna try and maybe make sure that we're capping a skill more frequently. We'll see though. Can I get your opinion on directions for a mod I want to make? I'm polling people here and there. Sure, you can ask my opinion and I will give it to you. Do you mind if I give it to you in just a moment? I'm gonna, you're welcome to ask, but I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna make myself some tea. So be right back kind of deal. But yeah, I'll answer. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, be right back. And maybe you guys can do the same. Go grab yourselves a tea, beverage, snack. I don't know. Stretch. Okay, be right back. Okay, let's have a look. Uh, it makes a ball. See, I've never played that game, so I don't know. But it sounds so it's a card game, right? Interesting. So it's like a card game versus scavenger hunt. You could do two variants of that though. You've got two ideas, right? And although it would be a lot of work, what you could do is you could do both variants. You could do one that's like a hunt style, and then one, or what you could do is you could do the have scavenger hunt style is the general one, and then you could also include shinies as the challenge mode cards to find, right? Because you could do a mixture. There's no reason to not splice the two styles together, right? But once again, I don't fully understand that game because I've never played it. Although I've had friends suggest it. It's on my list of games that I should try at some point in the future. They've said that it's really good and that I very much would enjoy it. He'll suck up your free time. Friends have told me that about PZ, and I've warned them. Yes, you are correct. PZ will absorb all your time, and you will think of nothing else. He warned. PZ is a vicious cycle. Well, yeah, and what you could do as well is then once you've got the premise down, kind of, and you've tested it out and see what you like in terms, you could be like, okay, I want it to lean more towards this style, and then you could sort of start like adjusting it to the way that you want, kind of like adjusting something in a vice grip, right? Kind of tweak it, make it as exactly what you want. And there's no reason that you can't just change it. Even if you were to change it, and let's say people like the first version, you could always keep the first version around and then just release like this is a variant B or whatever, like etc. It'd be cool. It sounds neat. I probably should give that game a try though at some point. I want to play more Grounded 2 though as well. The reason why I decided to jump back into Rat Race today was a little bit because they released the patch, and because I was like, oh yeah, it's been a little while since I played some Zomboid, and I wanted to play Zomboid. I'd like to do what I want. I might also play RimWorld here in the near future, because I still haven't succeeded on making smart frogs, and I'd like to do that. So those are the things that are kind of on my list at the moment. That aside from doing Abiotic with Rhett and also Art Vintage Story on Thursdays, we'll keep things going the way that they should. Yeah, RimWorld would be fun. I'd also love to do Factorio and go further. When I did Factorio last time, it was really fun, but we made it to the rocket and we launched it, and I had the space platform very briefly, and then that's kind of where we stopped. I'd love to take it to the end, because I haven't actually seen the ending, like what happens when you keep going. I know that there's other planets, and each of the other planets have their kind of own thing going on, which would be neat to see. And I got to see a little bit of it with World, but I don't really remember fully what was going on there. And when you're not living it yourself, you don't really know for sure what's going on, right? Like, I mean, you kind of get an idea, but you're not at the helm, right? You're not in the driving. You're a passenger. It's something is so much different when you yourself are in control. Okay, let's go get some food. We've still got enough. Be thinking about rabbits, at least not at the moment. But yeah, RimWorld is a good time, and I know that a lot of folks that like PZ also like RimWorld because they have that same brutality mode to them. They're both tough games, and that's something that is really cool about the PZ community is regardless of the mode you play, you could be on builder and like with no zombies still. PZ's still a tough game, and anybody that plays PZ is skilled. At least I think so. Doesn't matter what game mode you play on. Takes skill. One second. Okay. Isn't there a mannequin or two in here? I feel like machetes used to do more to doors before. All that effort for a scarf. We on tracking too? No. Almost though. More amplifiers. Just leave that there for now. How many blades do I have left? Almost none. And we're tired early. Oh. Oh yeah, they changed it to a stone mall. I forgot about that. Where's my mall? There it is. Hmm? I'm gonna burn away the rest of this day, so what I'm gonna do currently is I'm gonna run over and grab more rocks. Because right now I'm working on masonry. We got masonry to 10 next. Go inside, have a rest. Only 3 levels. Have and we can force short blade to be level 10 here as well. Strength is almost there, but it's not going to be there for a while. We should just ignore it. The jars require 5 pottery. Makes me wonder. But I remember the pipes being the best. I should make the upgraded pottery station is what I should do. What does it take to make that anyways? Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna make that really quick. I mean, this should work, right? Okay. Oh. Really? These are the only things that this pottery bench is for? Um, thought there was more. Why did I think there was more? I have that wood clay sculpting tool somewhere. I'm not gonna bother looking for it, I'll just make another one. So the glass blowing pipe cost 1 clay, no 2 clay, 19. Meanwhile, if we were to make a single pipe, costs 8. So the 2 clay is worth more in glass pipe form than, I think. Let me double check. This costs 2. Yeah. So it does make sense because it is a pottery level 2 thing. Meanwhile, these are not. That one's a pottery level 5 thing. I'm curious how good that is. Gotta go grab more water. It's 20 liters. I'm sure it's enough. Interesting. So you don't even need the kiln for this? No, it says it requires the kiln. Okay, that's good. Requires... Why is this doubled up like this? Morning, Barry. How it goes? Why is there no level 1 glass thing? Lantern is the only one. They're all low. It goes well. I don't know anyone else who's done much of the glass making. We're going to try it. I've got pliers. I can make pliers happen. Okay, let's see. Ribbit. Apparently we need 2 glass blowing pipes, we need 2 sets of pliers, we need 2 sets of ceramics, small ceramics that both have access to molten glass, and it makes an output of 2 glass lantern glasses, which will allow us what? Can I make the hurricane lantern? Is that something that I can do? Because I see that lantern glass exists, but I have a like I'm not are what's it for? I make lantern glass. All right, that's great and all. What's it for? Because there's no recipe that exists for lantern. Is it in one of the crafting places? Lantern. Oh, it's right here. It's a level 5 requirement, but it gives us a forge. And okay. So I need lantern glass. In order to do that, though, I need small crucibles. 2 of them. Which means I need more clay. Darn it. I used all my clay to make, like, things. I shouldn't have, I guess. Oh well, that's fine. Why two, though? I don't understand. Why do you need two? I need another set of pliers. I need another glass blowing pipe. Okay, 1 second. I need two of these. I need two sets of pliers. Let's make another set of pliers. Okay, so now that we have two sets of pliers and two glass blowing pipes, I need two metal or small crucibles because it's clear that this has been doubled up for some reason, and I don't really know why, but I'm gonna follow suit because it's the only recipe that's available at level 1 for glass making. I can only do this recipe. There is no other choices. Unless I'm mistaken. Please let me be mistaken. Pretty please, I'm almost begging at this point. Apparently you can make panes of glass with the ceramic sheet mold. Everything else requires levels. Okay, so I can make a pane of glass. I have a ceramic sheet mold, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay, so we have the sheet mold. So we can melt sand, or we can melt broken glass, but it requires 6 of them in order to make one crucible with broken glass. Okay, but we need a small crucible in order to do that, and it can't be one of these ones because these are the basic crucibles, right? Right? Yeah, no, it needs to be a small one. It can't be a big one. Okay, let's... Forage rocks. No, we probably should forage food first. We're in that awkward scenario. Are you serious? Are you out of water again? This is 2 liters of water. Which, I mean... It's probably over the course of a day, drinking 2 liters. It's not that much, but... Needy. Okay, let's go looking for clay. But we will also pick up any regular rocks that we see because there's lemongrass. The lemongrass is good to grow for growing agriculture levels because lemongrass is like strawberries. Are those pliers? There's just vice grips just on the ground. Um, they are like strawberries, but also they're superior to strawberries because lemongrass have an adjacent effect on plants that are nearby them. So they have an adjacency bonus to defend plants that are beside them, which is good to note. So it's good to plant them beside other plants. But also you will be picking them consistently, so they will be giving you decent levels. And it's not like it's super hard to find lemongrass. Semi-common. I need to find clay. Getting all this chipstone is not bad either, though. Because alternatively, it will level napping up as well. It's random avocado. Terms of long blunt weapon or short blunt weapons. Oh yeah, the bats are good. How are fire pokers, I wonder? I'm gonna try one. They weigh 1.5. Let's compare it to the short bat. Or did I not make it? Oh, short bats weigh 1.5 as well. I'm gonna compare them. Because they're next on my list, right? To get past the early stages. Because I want to get them all to level 3. And then I might square them up tall to be level 5. It's going to take a long time to do that. But once we're at that stage, then it'll be a lot easier to just kind of use whatever I want. And that's why I made all these weapons to start anyways. What about you? You're also 1.5. Interesting. We'll try them all. But speed on to the next day because we're basically at the end of this day, so we might as well just move on to the next one. I feel like that's a good point there. So we'll start doing these here once we've broken the remainder of the because I've only got 4 long blades left. I mean, I can go make more, but I'm 4 long blades currently that I have. So I'll break these 4 and then we'll use the short bats until we've caught it up to the same as the long blades. And then we'll do that for everything. We'll catch everything up to the long blades, and then I think I'll smelt and make some more long blades, and then just kind of keep going from there. Or I might do level 9 short blade, and then maybe level 5 axes, and then we'll scale the rest to level 5. Sweet. Yeah, we're getting there. I made some progress today, and I'm happy with the progress that I made because we managed to finish capping off carving. So carving is done. I don't need to think about that anymore. We're going to be working on our masonry and our knapping a little bit, as well as our metalworking of course, when we start doing the long blades. So those will level up fairly quickly. I want to get carpentry out of the way as well, so we'll probably work on that a little bit. Getting these 2 up is not hard, so that'll be easy to cap those 2 skills. Probably should go fishing, at least to get it to level 5, and then we'll see. Yeah. Apparently I read First Aid 1 at some point. Probably it's like the only book that we received. There's only like a handful of books we've seen. So I think it's hilarious that I was given first aid. Anyways, I'm going to wrap it there because I need to get a little bit of rest, and I'm getting kind of tired. So we'll raid out. Let's see. And I've got an idea of who will raid already in mind. Yeah, we'll come back and play a little bit more at some point later today. But let's have a peek. Yeah. Go. We'll probably raid into Claire because Claire's doing a 24-hour thing. So seems like the best call. It's been my pleasure as always. You guys have yourselves a good one. And, wave at Claire for me. Ta.